Good morning. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Happy Tuesday. Yeah, no intro this morning, no super crazy energy. Guys, it's going to be a little bit of a weird day on my part. I am running on like 2 to 3 hours of sleep. As you guys know, my kid is sick, and my goodness, what a good morning, Bill. Good morning. I'm glad you guys have some energy. Maybe you can give me some of your energy. I need to wake up. I don't have any energy, and I'm feeling sick, and I'm running on 2 hours, 3 hours of sleep. So as you guys know, my kid's sick, and she was up all night last night, coughing, puking. Dude, I cannot tell you how many times I showered last night because she would wake up coughing and puking on me. And then, dude, I mean, I'm telling you, 10 different times I'm scrubbing carpet, I'm scrubbing the couch, I'm scrubbing everything because she's puking everywhere. Like, we didn't actually get her to stop coughing at like 3 a.m. And so like 4:30 rolls around, I'm up for an hour, right? We fall back asleep. 6:30 rolls around, my alarm's going off. I should be in my office. I'm like, fuck that. I'm going back to sleep, man. I need at least 3 hours of sleep, not 2. So yeah, that was my night. Sick kiddo, running a crazy fever, coughing, puking all night. I'm running on 2 to 3 hours of sleep, and I'm not feeling good myself. So enough of these excuses. I'm done making excuses. I almost said I'm not coming in, but I'm dedicated to you guys. You know what? Even if I'm normally up here, but I'm way down here, but as long as we can still have some fun, we can still make some money and learn, that's all that matters. So again, today's gonna be a weird day, not super energetic, because again, not a lot of sleep, and I'm not feeling great myself, but we're still here. We're gonna have some fun, drop some value, and we're gonna make some money, guys. We are gonna make some money. So let's go ahead and dive into it real quick. Again, I just got in my office 11 minutes ago. Just so you guys know, I have not been here since 6, 7, or 8. I got in my office 10 minutes ago. I don't even know what's moving right now. So let's do this together today, team. Let's go ahead and talk about tickers that you guys have on watch. Let's go ahead and talk about those. What have you guys noticed this morning that's moving up? What are you guys looking at? Again, I don't even know what I'm looking at. I just got here 11 minutes ago. So good morning, Bill. Good morning, Josh, Evan, Mickey, Bill, Michael, Fernando, Cameron. Good morning, everybody. Fernando talking about YVR. Let's just go ahead and break down your guys' watch list. YVR. So the first thing I noticed when I came in was HOTH. So we are going to jump back over to HOTH and check that out. But if we take a look at YVR, this is something that, you know, I've definitely traded in the past. Look at all my fancy lines drawn up. So the first thing I notice is going to be right in this area, right? Previous resistance, support on the daily. That's going to put us down towards around 245. We kind of just continue looking in this area. Levels that have been tagged multiple times. We can see here that $3 natural support resistance. We had a couple times that area was tagged on the daily chart as well. And then we're going to have that 13 SMA. Wow, shocking. Right here in pre-market, high a day, 333. 13 SMA, 334. Really, that's where it gets exciting. Anything over that, we have room to 4 and 432, right? So we're going to have some resistance from 3 to 330. But again, that's 10%. So if we see a good setup for a $3 break and for that run up to 330, that's a 10% trade, right? You can look at that as, cool, can I risk 5% and get away with a 2 to 1? You know, if you're looking at this possible setup, small account, you think percentages, right? Looking for those 10, 15, 20% setups with least amount of risk, right? So, I mean, if we do get a proper setup on YVR for a break and run to 330, it's about 10%, you know, and a good stop would be about 10 to 15 cents. So you can get away with a solid 2 to 1 setup over on YVR, especially working small accounts. I mean, hey, 10% is 10%. This one has a lot of great potential today on YVR. The float here is 11 million. Got about 5 million shares being traded. And we have a press release here at 8 o'clock. So Liquid Media Group announces its first red carpet NFT drop in the introduction of its NFT platform. So right there, keyword NFT, blockchain, Bitcoin, anything like that is the hype lately. So YVR has the press release. Let's go ahead and check the volume. Excuse me, guys. It's going to be a rough day on my part. YVR. And the average daily volume on YVR over the last 3 months is 10 mil. All right, so we are trading 50% less volume than we normally do. However, that press release was just dropped at 8, so it's only really been live for the past hour, 15 minutes, trading about 5 million shares. This one does have some potential. So definitely add YVR to watch. All right, so YVR. Again, we know we have proper support, good support back down towards around that 245 to 250. We know we have a good amount of resistance from 3 to 330. Now, anything over that 334, we have a lot of room to 4 and maybe even 432 simply looking at the daily chart. So YVR has a lot of great potential today. Definitely going to be watching this out of the gate. Let's go ahead and see what else you guys are talking about. Good morning, good morning. If you guys are just now tuning in, it's going to be a weird day. I'm sure Bill will fill you in. He was here waiting for me. He's like, dude, Josh, it's 9:10. Where's that intro at? Where are you at? Where's that excitement, baby? So NFT play, plenty. Yeah, exactly, Fernando. NFT play, penny stock, low float. We have some decent volume. We still have a lot more to trade before we get to the average daily volume. But again, when the market opens, you'll probably see a couple mil just trade in the first few minutes. So we're going to exceed that daily traded volume probably in the first 5 minutes of the open. So we'll be good as far as volume goes. We're trading above the average. Shows that there's some activity and some action there over on YVR. So we'll definitely keep that one on watch, top 3. HOTH. All right, we just had a press release drop at 9 o'clock. Yeah, 9:06. Hoth Therapeutics announces its mRNA frame shifting therapeutic significantly inhibits tumor growth in mast cell derived cancers. Says its mRNA frame shifting therapeutic exhibited highly positive results in humanized mast cell neoplasm models. What does that mean? I don't know, but highly positive results. All right, so highly positive results. So we have okay news, right? It's not phase 3 trials were successful or that they met their primary endpoints, right? It's not super hot news, but it's good news. All right, so we have HOTH. This is a 17 million in float stock, currently trading 1.3 million shares. HOTH. Average daily volume on this is slightly less than 4 million. So we're trading about 50% less volume than the average as well. So that's been something with the last 2 stocks. YVR trading about 50% of its average daily volume. Same thing with HOTH. So definitely see some light volume so far. But again, HOTH just came out with that news 16 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. So it's actually traded some decent volume in the past, 15, 16 minutes. Good morning, Corey. What's going on, guys? So you're going to stick to trading the SPY, the Qs, and Apple. I got away from trading Apple whenever they did the split. After the split, Apple trades like, it's no longer $1, $2 a day on average. It's trading like, 30, 40, 50 cents. I'm just not a huge fan of Apple anymore, but there's always opportunity. There is always opportunity. So yeah, JAKK was another one as well, but that one not doing anything. Spreads are large. Take that off the watch list. CLOV's been a runner since Friday. So CLOV had a nice gap up above that 50-day moving average yesterday, popped all the way to 1057. We're still trying to hold some of that prior resistance on the daily chart, right? That $8.99 mark. Still trying to stay above that level. So let's just kind of see what CLOV looks like today. It may try to get another leg up, back up over $10. Again, it does have room to that 200-day moving average, which is right around that 1095. So CLOV still on watch. All right. If we do not see YVR move, HOTH move, KSU, anything that's on our up gapper list right now, nothing really starts stealing the momentum, stealing the volume, right? Watch for traders to move back over to something else that was moving. And we have CLOV, so definitely keep CLOV on watch. Yes, Jeff, thank you. Hit the like button. Hit that smash the like button, guys. I can't even talk today. 3 hours of sleep does Josh no good. If I don't get at least 6 to 7 hours of sleep, I am not productive. I am not mentally there at all. And I got a big day ahead of me. Today is a big day, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said yesterday, we have some big news. We have some new information coming on up as far as the relaunch of the community, and we should be good to go over the weekend. So I'll be definitely reaching out to you guys, or you guys can reach out to me, especially the winners that are going to be getting that free access to the community. We had a couple winners on that. So definitely, if you're in the stream right now, send me an email this week. I can definitely get in and get you guys set up with your credentials, as we will be migrating back over as of Monday. All right, so everything looks to be coming together really nice. So we should be good to go for Monday. And then I have a lot of awesome new updates and features coming your way over the next couple of weeks. So a lot of stuff to talk about today with you guys. But for now, let's talk stocks and let's find out where that money is. Yeah, we have a mobile-only chat room coming for you guys. So it's going to be like an app, but it's not an app, but it's going to be an app format right through the website. So before you log into the chat room, if you have the option, if you're on a desktop, you can click, hey, I'm using a desktop, and you're going to get the formatted version chat room for your desktop. But again, I know a lot of you guys trade from your phone. So instead of having a desktop version being smushed to where you can see it on your phone, we're custom developing a mobile-only chat room to where it's going to be just like a mobile application as far as the format, the layout, the functionality, just to make sure our mobile users really just get the best experience for chat. So that's really exciting. We're adding a lot of new features to the chat rooms themselves. So we have a lot of cool stuff coming on up over the next couple weeks. So is everything 100% done right now today? No, but is it 90% done? Absolutely. And we're going to be rolling out some new awesome features over the next few months for you guys, next few weeks, but we're always adding stuff. We're always adding stuff month after month, but everything should be done, the big stuff, over the next couple of weeks, guys. So stay tuned. It should be some fun. Definitely coming together really, really nicely. I know you guys are definitely going to enjoy. HOTH, we've talked about that. Let's talk about FSR. Yeah, it's a large float stock, but we have some volume there on FSR. And I believe I saw a press release as well. And that's Fisker shares are trading higher after B of A Securities initiated coverage on the stock with a buy rating and a price target of $31 per share over on FSR. All right, so we got FSR, very, very large float stock, but we have some good news, right, with a buy rating of $30 plus. All right, so we have some action here. We have some volume. FSR, large float stock. Slow and steady, but we can definitely see this one move on up today. We got about 8 minutes until the bell. Let's go ahead and mark up our levels here on FSR and see what we get. Well, the first thing I notice is our two main moving averages, the 200-day and the 13-day, hovering right around that $15 mark. So 15 bucks resistance over on FSR. If we ever start popping over that level, we have room up to $17.50. And if we're looking at support, really, I mean, yesterday's lows at the absolute lowest would be support. But let's go ahead and look at just these nice pushes and pullbacks. They're pulling back to the previous highs. So right now we can throw some support around 1326. All right, so we can put some support around that 1326 over on FSR. We know we have resistance up towards around $15. All right, so let's go ahead and add FSR to the watch list. And what I'm going to be doing, guys, because again, kind of like yesterday, a little scattered, right? Definitely a little scattered. We got some movement in YBR. We got some movement on HOTH and FSR. Very similar to yesterday. All right, so what did we do? We kind of set back the first 5-10 minutes, waited to see exactly where traders went, and then found the opportunity and made some good money yesterday, guys. Yesterday was a pretty decent day on my part. Nothing crazy, but again, just really aiming for those base hits, guys. That's all I've been doing, aiming for those base hits. Yesterday, I was able to lock in $413, so not bad at all. And then for 16, we had a $300 day. On the 15th, we had a $1,000 day. On the 12th, that was my loser day. That was the last time I had a red day. I was red $2,933 as of the 12th, and that was last Monday. Then you remember how we just slowly creep back up, $1,000 day, $200 day, $3, $5, $7, right? I'm actually, after yesterday, I only have like a couple $100 to go until I'm break even. And that's the beautiful thing is, here on the 12th, the 13th of the month, halfway through the month, I'm down $3,000. A lot of traders would be like, how am I going to recoup that? How am I going to come back from a $3,000 loss? Well, take a step back before you can take your next step forward. Ask yourself those questions you got to ask, right? Adapt, tweak some things, and then just have a new approach. And what have we been seeing since the 14th? Green, 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 right? 4 green days in a row and battling back $2,500 of profits in the last 4 days. So it's possible. This is a perfect testament on, hey, you could be down halfway through the month and be like, how am I going to finish this month break even or green? It's doable. You just got to shift that mindset, guys. You got to ask yourself those questions, take a step back, review everything, review your trades, kind of see where you're going wrong, and just shift your mindset a bit. And that's what we did, and we've been rocking and rolling ever since, baby. The 3 A's, exactly. The 3 A's. I love it, Knockout. He was here for that lesson yesterday. Some good stuff there. 3 A's, baby. Analyze, assess, and accept. Make it happen. And one thing you've noticed, too, is I haven't been taking aggressive size. That was my big thing, right? I was pretty heavy on size. So one thing I've been doing over the last few days is I've been really reducing the type of size that I'm taking on trades. And that's been helping out a lot. I've been able to give these stocks more breathing room to work out in my favor. And I'm not getting stopped out prematurely on large size for large losses. So that was the biggest thing, is not being in a super hot market to where I can take 2, 3, 4,000 shares and expect to see the stock hold up beautifully where I can only risk 5 to 10 cents, right? I needed to open up those stops a little bit, 20, 30 cents, go down the 500, 600 shares, and still being able to hit those base hits and lock in some great money, guys. So over the last couple days, it's been fun. My goal today, another $400 to $500 day, officially get back to break even. So that would give me 8 trading days. That would give me 8 trading days of just starting fresh until the end of the month. And if I can just continue to hit those base hits, right, I can still walk away with $4 grand. Now, it doesn't seem like a lot, right? Especially when you're making 10, 15 grand a month. But hey, it's all an average, right? Up $4 grand is better than break even or down $3 grand. And I know supernova season's right around the corner. So it's only a matter of time before we have $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 months. But in reality, if I was only making $4 to $5 grand a month, I'd be happy. A lot of people say, well, that's not life-changing. Why would you quit your sales job, right? Your sales job of making, 100 grand a year to make, say 50 grand a year. Well, number one, I'm not working near as much. I'm my own boss. I pay less in taxes. So right there at the end of the day, I'm coming out right around the same, and I get to work from home, right? Paying less taxes. You're your own boss. You're not working 60 hours a week. You're working 20 hours a week. So yeah, I'll take the 50% pay cut, and at least I enjoy what I do. In my opinion, I'm still coming out on top. So that being said, we still have a lot of time. Anything could happen. If it's just a base hit kind of month, still walk away with a few grand in our pockets, right? If we start to see the market really shape on up, we can still hit that $10,000 goal, baby. Month's not over yet. So let's see what we have in store for today. Again, definitely a little scattered all over the board between FSR, HOTH, and YVR, and we're definitely going to be watching CLOV as well. So really just sitting back the first 5 to 10 minutes, waiting to see where traders go, figure out where that is, wait for some opportunity to present itself, rock and roll, make some money, guys. Woo! That was the most energy that I've expressed all morning. Wow. And that wasn't even energetic. That took a lot out of me. That made me want to go sleep. All right, guys, just wake me up when the bell rings, all right? Give me about 3 minutes of shut-eye. About 3 minutes of shut-eye. There we go. We're good. Quick little power nap. Let's go ahead and get our scanners open and ready to go for the day. And we are set, ladies and gentlemen. So if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, please let me know. Other than that, we're going to see where this opportunity is. We're going to make some money, guys. And we're going to have some fun. And I'll make it up to you guys. Or I'll make it up. If we don't get into a lesson today because my mind's not functioning right, don't want to give you a half-ass lesson, I will give you 2 lessons tomorrow. How's that sound? We'll rock and roll tomorrow when I'm fresh and actually have a couple hours of sleep. Maybe feeling a little bit better. We'll knock out 2 lessons tomorrow. So what I want you guys to do today is actually give me some topics that you've wanted to review. Anything that maybe you've come across that you want some extra clarification on, you want me to drop some value, do some education, give me some topics and I'll make sure that we do those in our lessons for tomorrow. All right, so HOTH, we know what the game plan is here. We know what's going on with YVR. I'm thinking YVR being the number 1 stock that I'm watching right out of the gate. All right, so YVR is the lowest float stock on the leaderboard, trading the most amount of volume. And YVR has that NFT press release. So I think if anything, out of those 3 stocks we reviewed, HOTH, FSR, and YVR, right? We have the lowest float stock trading the most amount of volume with the best press release. So that being said, I'm watching YVR right out of the gate, guys. Do we have an uptrend here that's respected? I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, if you would have ran it here, it's kind of bouncing here. We'll just keep it on watch and see. We'll keep it on watch, baby. YVR, I'm just curious if this one starts selling on off. Is it shortable? Yeah, I can short it. All right, we got 18 seconds to go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a fun day. Let's have a profitable day. Let's make some money. Let's have some fun. Do you guys have any questions, comments, concerns? Please let me know. Make sure you're dropping some topics for tomorrow's lessons, and I'll make sure we do something based on those recommendations. But 3, 2, 1, and that is the bell. So again, watching YVR right now. Off to the side, I'm going to pull up HOTH. And keep HOTH on watch as well. So this one could dump to 290. I mean, honestly, this has just so much room to the upside versus room to the downside if you really look at the chart. I mean, if it came down to those pre-market lows, it's still at 280. It's only 10 cents away. Now, if we can't hold up at least 275, then we'll most likely come all the way back down into those 240s, right? Let's see if we can hold, 280, 275 here. YVR, maybe get a nice round, little U-shaped break over that $3 mark. Let's see if we can nail a pullback here. HOTH isn't doing anything. Where's that 50-day moving average on the daily? So that 50-day is right there at 277. So not only do we have that low here in pre-market, lines up with the 50-day moving average. So let's see where you're going to bottom out, baby. So right now, if I were to enter, it'd be a 15-cent stop, which is not bad at all, 15 cents. But I'm going to just start building a position here. I like the press release. I like the floats. YVR, keep coming down. Keep coming down. I want to build a nice position here just to see if we can get a nice hold above that 276 and possibly get a nice big red to green move and that run up to like the 330s. HOTH new high a day. That has room up to $2 on HOTH. I'm looking at it right now. HOTH room up towards around that 201. All right, so I'm building a small position on YVR, and I'm gonna just continue to add little by little down into the 270s. See if we get a nice bounce and a reversal here. MYMD, I know we were talking about that this morning a little bit. MYMD halted up. All right, we got a stock halted on the day. In pre-market, it just didn't look like anything, right? IPO as of yesterday, or a name change. I think someone said it used to be AKER, Beth. AKER, gotcha. MYND. All right, so we got a nice little halt at $7 hairs. We know how to play the halts, right? Wait for the gap up, the pull back. The halt right at $7. Halted at 930.46, 935.46. So I had some action in pre-market here, but that was early this morning. You're talking before 5 o'clock and then just faded. So let's definitely keep that one on watch here on MYMD. Out of the halt. HOTH was trying to have a nice healthy pullback right now. A lot of selling volume moving on in over on HOTH off those highs. Let's wait to see where that one's going to level off at. What's up with CLOV? Anything today? Right down into the 890s. CLOV right down into those 890s. All right, so I'm taking a starter on CLOV with a stop right underneath those lows at $8.90. Put that in the system. And again, just seeing the pullback, getting a bounce off that great support level, I wouldn't be surprised to see CLOV get a big red to green move and another attempt up to 10. But if this is not the low a day, I have my stops at 890. It was a nice low risk play just to see if CLOV gets some action here. So I got stops at 890. All right, so we're definitely waiting for MYMD. That's the number one stock we're waiting on right now. MYMD. This one should be live in the next minutes. All right, so we're looking at 9:35:46. So we got about 46 seconds to go. All right, MYMD, what you gonna do, baby? What you gonna do? So we're looking for a gap up, the pull back, and we should be live any moment. Now, if this is a 5-minute halt, we should be live right about now. We are not live. We are still halted over on MYMD. This actually may turn into a 10-minute halt. So we're looking like a 10-minute halt here on MYMD. So we have another 5 minutes to go. Let's go ahead and go back over to FSR. FSR is getting some nice action to the upside. Again, FSR has room all the way to 15. All right, so FSR has room to 15. Wait for a little bit of a pullback first and then look to go long if you like that setup up to 15. All right, just another little pullback. Looking for the next leg up over on YVR. Or I'm sorry, FSR. FSR. YVR down at that 276. HOTH looking a little weak. CLOV trying to bottom off. These lows at 9 trying to get a little bit of a U shape here. I'm just buying the low. I'm buying the pullback, right? Nice little bounce off 890 support. Nice little double bottom. We just need to see some volume move in, right? We need to see a nice transition up over that 925 to really get this going over on CLOV. So I have a hard stop in about 20 cents away. So my stop on this is about $100, 120 bucks. Let's see if this gets that transition on up, possibly up towards around 10. We crack below today's lows of 890, 894. We're probably going to see this just continue to fade on off today. So, and we're going to get stopped. Yeah, it's looking like we're going to come down more. So it was definitely worth giving it a go. Anything can happen. I'm still in it. My stop hasn't been triggered yet. So my stop will be triggered in about 5 cents. So let's see what happens here over on CLOV. So still halted. We should be live once again at 9:40:46. So we got about 2 more minutes to go there. Still got about 2 more minutes. FSR coming off those highs pretty aggressively. Do we have any like uptrend? I mean, the volume pullback is okay. I mean, this pullback is a healthy pullback. So we got our nice push up. It's pulling back right into the VWAP and right into those pre-market highs. So let's see if it can close back above the 1390s. YVR, my cost basis on this is 283. So let's see if we get that nice big U shape here. I'll most definitely have in my stops around 270. So looking at about 13 cents of risk. CLOV doesn't really look like it's going to get that leg up. I'm most definitely, I say most definitely, I'm very, very certain that I'm getting ready to get stopped out here on CLOV. This looks very, very bearish. There's the stop, so we're good to go on that. Small little loss, 130. Definitely worth giving it a go, though. But right now, YVR, baby, what you gonna do? What you wanna do when it come for you? HOTH. And MYMD. Yep, we will be live in the next 40 seconds. All right, ladies and gentlemen. MYMD. All right, we got about 15 seconds to go. Right now we got bids at 783, so that's a pretty good gap up. 783. And we'll be live in 3, 2, 1. There's our live. Let's see if it comes down to 7. You got 740, 750, 770. That one's squeezing right off the bat. Whole area was at 7. We didn't get that nice aggressive washout right to 7. Here we go, 730. We want to see it slam down to 7. Right down to $7. 715, 717. We want to see it like damn near to the penny. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. Even if it comes down to 7, could it bounce? Yeah, but it's a little bit riskier, right? Because we got a lot of volume moving in right now, and we're definitely seeing more selling than buying. So, I mean, it's 50-50 on MYMD. Support's at 7. That's all I can say. Support's at $7. If you dip below 7, watch for a lot of selling to move in, and it may even get halted to the downside. So we don't want to see $7. Anything below $7, ideally. So right now, not really seeing too much that I'm crazy about. MYMD has a lot of potential, but it's very risky, right? It's a high risk, high reward play. $7 could easily bounce and it could squeeze up to 8, right? $7 cracks. I mean, it could dump just like that. Right? I mean, that just moved 50 cents in like a millisecond. I blink my eyes. I'm like, oh, wow, it's down 50 cents, right? So very, very risky play. Why did I not touch MYMD? I just wasn't too crazy about it. Yeah, there may have been opportunity there, but not the opportunity I really wanted to get involved with. Especially when my mind's not functioning the way it should. I should probably lay off on the trading a little bit. All right, so OBLN getting some action towards it. This one has room to the 330s. All right, just kind of looking at some of our past resistance and support, somewhere around that 334 to 340 mark over on OBLN. This one right now had a nice little bounce off the 13 SMA. We'll throw OBLN up. Are we halted on MYMD to the downside? Yep, we are. That's what I was concerned about, right? that cracking, getting halted to the downside. You know, you don't want to be in those situations. You don't want to be in those situations. Oh, my phone has been going off the last couple days. It's crazy. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, I'm still watching YVR. So I'm actually still looking at YVR on a 5-minute chart. We're losing volume little by little by little. Not as substantial, but it is decreasing. And we are trying to level above that 275 mark. So, I mean, it has potential, but it also has potential to come on down. Right? So I'm still just monitoring this one. I won't lose any more than a couple $100 on the play. So if we come down into the low 270s, I'll probably start getting out of that play over on YVR. But let's see if we get a transition here. Let's see if we get a nice little transition over 275 on YVR. If we come down below 270, yeah, I'll be cutting that one. FSR, not really looking all that great right now. HOTH, what's going on with HOTH? Not looking all that great right now. We got CLOV trying to transition back to the upside. Yeah, really not a lot going on in the market right now, guys. Still pretty quiet, pretty slow in the market. The only thing I'm looking at is, again, YVR off a possible reversal. It's not clean, it's not beautiful. But again, we do have news, we had volume, we had float. There was a lot of reasonings why I liked YVR being that NFT play. Let's see if it holds that 50-day, right? If we can hold that 50-day, we can at least hold yesterday's open, you know, somewhere at like 268 at lowest. This one has potential. This one does have potential if we can hold above those 268, 269 level. So we'll keep this one on watch. Sellers are being depleted, right? Selling off, selling off, selling off, selling off. Decreased volume. So that's showing me that, you know, sellers are slowly working themselves out of this play. And if we can get a nice transition of buyers, maybe we can see this back up towards around 3. If we ever break 3, we have room to 330. So this one does have a lot of great upside potential. And we do have a nice couple levels of support underneath. So, I mean, right now, does it look good? No, not at all. But, I mean, it has some potential. OBL to the N. MYMD, the first halt was 10. I'm pretty sure this one will be a 10-minute as well. So, you're probably looking at 953 as far as going live over on MYMD. And, I mean, you still do have FSR just trying to grind to the upside. I mean, let's just go ahead and remove that real quick. You got this little bit of this uptrend here. So again, anything over the highs, guys, I mean, you have your target at $15 on FSR. Right, so we already knew coming into this that our target was going to be up towards around 15. I'd actually put your target at 1490. Put a target around 1490. That's going to actually be your 13 SMA, but if it ever pops over 1490, $15, it has room to 1550 over on FSR. All right, so FSR, what we got going on? Again, we know where we have overhead resistance. It is shortable. Right now, do I want to be shorting this? No, but I want to see what we look like on this push up towards around that $15 mark. If we don't get a healthy, proper pullback, when we kind of like just squeeze, decreased volume, we see any kind of weakness, I would be looking to take a little short for the pullback over on FSR. Right now, getting a little teeny weeny pullback, right? We got the pop up over the high, new high a day, getting a nice little retest of that 14.22 previous high. So right now you could enter this trade with about 15-cent stops, right? 20-cent stops. We're looking for a target of around that 14.90 over on FSR. We're also watching YVR as well. That 5-minute candle is getting ready to close out. And what do we have? A little bit of a doji starting to form on the 5-minute. Right? What kind of setup are we seeing? We're seeing a possible 5-minute reversal strategy, right? Stocks pulling back into a level of support, 275, on decreased volume, and at the bottom it forms a doji, right? What do we see here? That's a little bit of a doji, right? A little bit of a doji right here on the 5-minute chart, right at the bottom on decreased volume. So if we dip below 270, I'm out. My stops right now on YVR are actually at 268, right? So my stops are right underneath that doji low. Right? We're looking for the reversal, possibly up into VWAP. So I'll be looking to take some profits up into the 289s over on YVR. I'm honestly looking for a big reversal. I'm looking for this to just clear the 9, clear the VWAP, get back up towards around $3, possible big red to green move. We just need to see some buyers move in. We need to see some buying volume move on in. So we're live on MYMD, and this one, guys, just looking all kinds of nasty. FSR, it's like, okay, it's pulling back, right? Meet some criteria, blah, 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 and then boom. Can't even hold up and respect proper support. So right now, FSR, looking a little weak, working its way back down. YVR has a decent 5-minute setup, just not getting any kind of action behind it. HOTH, at least we got something to go off of. A little bit of this downtrend. Kind of throw another little trend line underneath, connect these lows. Kind of a little bit of this falling wedge. A little bit of a falling channel, falling wedge, banging between support and resistance. Let's see what we look like over on HOTH. Maybe back down towards around those pre-market lows of 161. So we'll keep this one on high watch as well. But again, really just kind of looking across the board, there's really not a lot, right? There's stuff moving, right? Yeah, OBLN's moving, but where are you going along? All right, where's your entry? MYMD's moving, but you know, why are you trading it? Just because stocks are moving doesn't mean we should get involved. I mean, FSR, why would we be buying it right now, right? The only thing that I see is we have an uptrend, right? We only have this uptrend on FSR. Where's the uptrend right now? 1388. So why would we be buying at 1410, right? Not the smartest decision. So again, sometimes the best trade is no trade, sitting back on your hands. Just because there's stuff moving doesn't mean there's great opportunity to where you should get involved. Yeah, if you want to buy the dip on FSR, absolutely. Find out where the dip is. Right here, you got VWAP close to the previous high. Where would you put your stops? Right underneath that candle low. If that's a dip buy, you don't want to see any lower. Or you can go ahead and cut and buy a lower dip. So right now, I'm not a fan of the action on FSR. I'm not. I mean, up, down, lower high, double bottom, squeeze, pull back, should hold support, doesn't, looking like it's going to bounce off VWAP, struggling, right? It's just like up, down, There's no consistency behind it, right? It's a little scattered. Really not a lot of consistency, which makes it challenging. So how come I'm not trading FSR? I don't see any reason to trade it, right? I want to see something credible. I want to see a nice setup. The reason I'm long on YVR because we're meeting the criteria of a 5-minute reversal strategy. It's a strategy I know very well. It's a strategy that I trade. I know how to go long. I know where to put my stops. I know what to expect, right? There's a pattern. There's a strategy behind my entry on YVR, right? Is there anything really right now on FSR? I mean, no, not really. Not really. I mean, yeah, could it bounce off VWAP? Yeah. I mean, we got your uptrend right here as well. I mean, if this uptrend's valid, it still could come down to this uptrend, right? Started it here in pre-market, connect it here, connect it here. This suggests we could still pull back to 1380, right? So there's really no reason to get involved with FSR right now. If I go look at like OBLN, I mean, okay, got a nice little push, nice little, looks like a 50% retrace. Now we just need to see if the stock's strong and continue over these highs and actually hold its gains. Or what could this be doing? It could be double topping, right? It could push, pull back, push, double top, and then come crashing back down. And one thing we haven't really been seeing in this market lately is a lot of great consistency, right? A lot of great consistency behind these plays. So let's go ahead and then look at some other stocks that may be moving on around. RELI. NNDM. Nope. NNDM. Was this a play that I was waiting to buy? Yes, it was. This was... I missed my entry this morning. This was something I was going to add to my long-term portfolio. Why? What are we seeing on NNDM on the daily chart? This is something that I've been watching for a while now. We actually came back down into that OTE zone that we talk about, prior support resistance and the 200-day moving average. This was something that I wanted to scoop up down towards around 650, right? And I had the opportunity this morning to buy this around the 650s. I can't be jumping in this now. I cannot be going long on this now. We're about $1 away from where I wanted to be. But NNDM, this is the power, this is the beauty of those OTE zones, those optimal trade entry zones, right in between that 61.8 fib, 78.6 fib, right in the middle, happened to be 650. In this case, it lined up beautifully with past chart resistance and support, also right above that 200-day moving average. Now, look at that. Look at how beautiful. 650 is right in the middle of those two fibs, the OTE zone, and look exactly where it came down and bounced, right? Beautiful, beautiful analysis right there. And this one has a lot of room back up to 10. This one does have a lot of room back up towards around $10 on NNDM. So we'll keep this one on watch over the next couple of days as well. This is one I've been watching for the last probably month or so. YVR is really fighting to level out here. If it cracks and stops me out, so be it. I'd rather get stopped out versus sitting here like, okay, what are you going to do, YVR? What you going to do? Do I average in? Do I bring my cost basis down? Are we going to get that nice big round U shape here? I don't know. And the only one that looks like it has some decent potential, HOTH, again, CLOV, AI, Do you guys have any other tickers you guys are looking at? I'd be more than happy to dive into those and just kind of see what we got going on. All right, I'm going to start scaling more on YVR, and I'm going to bring my stops up right into those lows. So if we come down and we come lower than the low of day, that low was, okay, so my stops would be right at 269. So I'll go stops at 269. Let's cancel that out. 37.50. Stop loss at 269. Stop. All right, let's see if something wants to get going. SGBX, yeah, SGBX. What's going on here? SGBX. Tweets, we're excited to offer COVID-19 PCR test with results guaranteed in less than an hour. So there was a tweet that came out. SGBX, that was 10 o'clock. This one's getting some nice action towards it right now. Let's go ahead and clear that drawing set out. First thing I noticed, resistance right overhead. Right there at 383. Right there around 383, $4. We can pop over that level. We're going to have a lot of resistance at 416. So if anything, I may look to possibly short this. If shorts are available, SGBX. Because, I mean, it's just a tweet that came out that they're excited to offer COVID-19 PCR tests with results guaranteed in less than an hour. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's a press release, but is it super hot? No. We also have a lot of overhead resistance on SGBX. Right up towards around that 380, $4, even 416, right? 13 SMA, 200 SMA prior bounce areas on the daily chart. And it's moving up on OK News. So let's see. Buyers moving on in, right up into that 200 day, 381. So yeah, definitely not a interesting day in the market, right? We can tell right across. I mean, we got about 6 stocks on our watch list, and everything looks like crap. Everything looks like crap right now. So not really seeing too much. You know, I gave YVR a go. I got stopped out on that one. CLOV, same thing. Gave that a go. Got stopped out. So yeah, one of my rules is 3 red trades in a row. I'm done. So right now I am 0 for 2 on the day, right? So a loss on YVR and a loss on CLOV. 2 trades on the day, 1 more red trade, and I'm done. That's my rule. I stick to it. So right now I'm down 475. I'd rather be down 400 bucks than 1,000, 1,500. You know, 500 bucks is recoverable, but right now I just don't really see a whole lot to get involved with. So I'm not going to put myself into a losing position. I want to find the best of the best setup and make some money. So where is it? And right now, I don't really see it, guys. So right now, just kind of sitting back, sitting on those hands. The only thing that I see maybe would be SGBX for a possible short off one of these levels of resistance off the daily chart. Yeah, I was looking at CLOV. It looks like it's trying to get back up there, but I don't trust it. Yesterday, it looked like it was trying to do some stuff. and then just a very choppy day, right? Very choppy day. So right now, yeah, CLV's trying, but it's also tried like 3 times this morning, right? So let's see if it actually get above 9 and hold, right? I need to have it prove itself to me. Get above $9 and hold CLOV. If you can do that, maybe we'll talk. Maybe we'll talk, CLOV. If you can break and hold 9, yeah. OBLN. Yeah, guys, there's not a lot. The only thing that I'm looking is SGBX. How's MYMD doing? It's not doing. Coming off the watch list. FSR. Looking pretty weak. YVR is actually getting the bounce. All right, now we see the volume move in. Now we're starting to see some volume move in off that bounce. That would have been a really good entry. Nice little reversal there. Took a little bit, but it met the criteria. Decreasing volume, right? Transitioning with buyers. Now we're starting to see that nice reversal there on YVR. That's unfortunate. Got stopped out just to watch it get a nice little bounce. HOTH is definitely done. CLOV waiting for the break and hold over 9. 8I was our play from yesterday. This one could still have some potential coming on up in the near future, so we'll keep this one on watch. All right. You guys have any questions, comments, concerns? Please let me know. We're only about 36 minutes into the market. So again, we still have tons of time to see exactly where some action goes. Right now, it's definitely looking like it's over on YVR. YVR, I had the right idea. It took a little bit longer than expected. Literally stopping me out to the penny before getting a nice little pop to it, which is a little unfortunate, but it's all good. It's cool to actually see it working on out. A lot of great volume moved in on YVR. Let's see if we get a slight little pullback. Maybe we can look to take this long for the leg up. Maybe a big red to green move. I don't know. We definitely need to sit back and be patient on it, though. Our low a day was 268. That's exactly where my stops were. All right, so right now, all eyes on YVR. This one actually has some great volume moving in. This one's trying to get a nice little leg up. If we look at FSR, really just fading on off, losing a lot of the volume. Same thing with OBLN. And right now, SGBX still may have potential, but again, we have a lot of resistance up between 380 to 420. right? So 380, 200-day moving average, $4 natural resistance, and then we also have prior resistance support, also that 13 SMA on the daily, right around that 419. So we know we have a lot of resistance overhead. I was actually looking to short one of these levels over on SGBX. But right now, I don't see any reason to get involved long or short. Just kind of waiting for one of these areas to be tagged. So yeah, right now, I would say all eyes. Just focus right now over on YVR. All right, YVR, you got 268 support. Nice push in volume. Wait for a little bit of a pullback. Maybe look to go long off the higher low. And then we all know what's going on with CLOV. We actually need to see this thing break and hold $9. How many times so far have we tried to get above 9? Rejected. Tried to get above 9. Rejected. Tried to get above 9. Rejected. Why would we be buying a breakout of 9 when we've been rejected 4 separate times, 3 separate times? The odds are against us, right? We'll probably get rejected. But let it prove itself. If we can actually break and hold 9, then good. Great. Maybe go long for a big red to green move. Up into today's open, 940. Right? First target. You know, if we start really ripping and running, we have room up to 10. We know that, right? This has been a mover the last couple days, but it has yet to break and hold $9, right? The second it breaks and holds $9, that's going to get some traders interested, right? You might see some more buyers move on in. So right now, we actually got a solid break. This candle right now is trying to hold VWAP and trying to hold $9. So you need to be patient, wait for this to actually play itself out properly. So we know what's going on there. SGBX giving a lot back. OBLN giving a lot back. FSR giving a lot back. So right now, YVR and start over, Josh. YVR and CLOV. Right, top 2 stocks to watch. CLOV, $9 support. Room to 940. Over 940, room to 10. YVR. Support at 268. Looking for that possible big U shape, big red to green move. Anything over $3 has room to 330 over on YVR. Am I still interested in AMBO? No. No. Absolutely not. Look at that daily chart. Yuck. Yucky, yucky, yucky. So here's the thing about penny stocks. All right, if you guys are new to the market, penny stocks, okay? Monday, let's say there's a fresh press release. AMBO ripping and running. The only way I trade it the next day is if there's still a lot of volume, a lot of activity, a lot of momentum, right? That's a catalyst, right? Yeah, Monday there was a news catalyst. There was a fundamental catalyst. Tuesday, there's no news, but there's prior day momentum, right? Momentum from Monday, volume. Activity is bleeding over from Monday into Tuesday. We can see a stock have a great press release on Monday and be the main stock that everybody's trading the entire week, even though the catalyst was on Monday. But we look at AMBO. It had a press release yesterday. Didn't do anything, right? Today, there's no momentum, right? There's no activity. There's no action. There's no press release. So it's dead. I will never look at AMBO again until there's another press release. So the fact that there's no catalyst today, there's no momentum, activity, there's no action, right? There's no traders here, and there's no fresh catalyst today. I will never look at AMBO again. That's how penny stocks work. Done. Gone. Don't look at it. All right, we want to trade stocks that actually have fresh news, because most of the time, they're not going to do a lot, right? A lot of these companies are worthless in-debt companies. We all know that, right? A lot of companies that are near bankruptcy, that are worthless. I mean, not all of them, but a good majority. So these aren't like great long-term investment companies. These are day trade, right? Company comes out with this press release. It's a low float. Traders want to trade it. It's a day trade. Now, it may have 5-6 days behind it. That just depends on how hot the market is. But normally, for the most part, you know, stock comes out with news. It's tradable for that day, maybe the next day, and then it usually fades, right? And that's why we see a lot of these green, red, right? It's not a consistent stock, very choppy, very sideways. This is what just traders day trade. These, you know, low float, small cap penny stocks. So that being said, we don't have any technicals on AMBO. We had news yesterday, no news today. We can just clearly see the daily chart. There's no activity, there's no action. We definitely need to stay away. So I just wanted to kind of break that down as far as my mindset on AMBO and kind of how my mind works. DARE. Dare Bioscience. Dare Bioscience. Yeah, there's just not a lot of volume, guys. So, I mean, there's no news. Last press release was 419. We're just seeing a low volume day, right? I mean, just a low volume day. Out of nowhere, it gets volume, right? Out of nowhere, it gets 83,000 shares, right? Right around 140. It's up 10 cents, guys, right? Really look at the chart. No volume, no news. It's up 10 cents. Very choppy price action. That's not a really good play, right? It's not a good play. What is that? That's a typical pump and dump, right? Out of nowhere, it gets volume, right? What is that? That's a group of traders or a trader just buying this. That's all it is, right? There's not consistency. There's not consistent volume. There's not a reason for the stock to be moving, technically or fundamentally. So again, when we see random stocks moving with random volume, with no reason for the stock to be moving, 90% of the time, those are pump and dumps. You'll see them come right back down, most likely even lower than what they started off the day. Again, not all the time. Sometimes these pump and dumps hold. Traders are desperate to actually trade and make money, and so they do rip and run. But again, it's very rare that that happens. About 10% of the time, we see a random stock with no news, no reason to be moving, actually, move off a pump and dump and not dump, right? But 90% of the time, when you see something like this, not a good opportunity. So again, we got to just make sure there's a reason for the stock to be moving, right? Technically or fundamentally. Why is the stock moving, right? We can't really find a reason for the stock to be moving. Let's go look at intraday volume. How much volume is really moving the stock? Light volume, light volume, light volume. Very choppy as well. So right there, warning, red flag, warning, warning, warning. Not a good stock, not a good stock, right? Got to get a nice little alarm to go off. Warning, warning, possible pump and dump. DARE, possible pump and dump. Right? And we can just kind of tell based on what we're seeing intraday, daily, and just making sure we ask ourselves those questions. Yeah, the only level that HOTH has left in it to hold above is going to be yesterday's open, which was 156. So, I mean, it could. It very well could. Kind of meeting that criteria, right? Decreasing volume right down into yesterday's open. We could see it transition. I mean, it's not as clean as a YVR, not as clean, right? Nice gradual U-shape. This one had been a little choppy for getting that leg down, but it is meeting that criteria. So right now, if you want to get involved with something, guys, you're like, you know what? I think HOTH could move like YVR back up to 180, maybe 190, right? You'd be looking to put stops underneath the 150 mark. All right, you would not want to risk any more than 10 cents on this play. There's no reason to risk more than 10 cents. Right? If it comes down to 148, it's probably going to continue to fade today down into the 140s and not do much. Pretty much stay stagnant. So yeah, I'm going to step out for a second, guys. I need to make a phone call. The other day, I'm driving down the interstate, and one of the panels off my Mercedes breaks off. I'm like, what the like literally out of nowhere, I'm just driving, and then there's a panel that separates my windshield from my moonroof. It's a fixed glass piece. Yeah, la 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 la, just driving, singing. And then out of nowhere, boom, sounded like something shattered, like glass shattered. Well, the whole thing shattered from the top of my car, and it's just sitting there, bare metal, right? You can see the metal of the car. So Anyway, long story short, I got to make a phone call to Mercedes USA and actually get something set up with them to get a something replaced. So give me, again, 20, 30 minutes, guys, if you don't mind. I know today was a pretty iffy day with kid being sick, being really low on fuel, pretty much. Only drink so many energy drinks, and a couple phone calls to make today, and it's good. The market's pretty slow. All right, so before we leave, HOTH, just to recap, right now, it could reverse like YVR. It could, all right? So you're just going to say, what if it does? I'm long at 160, right? There's no reason we should see this below 150. So no more than 10-cent stop, right? Do your own due diligence, assess your risk. If you want to give it 20 cents, give it 20 cents, but understand what that equates to as far as a dollar amount loss. And again, remember those 3 A's. Analyze, assess, and accept. Accept that risk. Make sure you know what you're getting yourself involved with. But if I was trading this, I would have stops right under 150. All right, HOTH could reverse. It has room to 180 and then 190. We're looking at YVR, right? We already got that little bit of reversal, waiting for a nice healthy pullback for the next leg up, right? We have room to 305. 3 to 305, anything over that, 333. And then over that, guys, a lot of room to the upside. So keep YVR on high watch. I personally think YVR has the best potential, right? And that's saying a lot. There's not a lot going on, but I think YVR has the best potential. HOTH has some pretty good potential as well. Would not really be paying attention to SGBX, OBLN, FSR at this time. You could watch CLOV. CLOV, just know going into it, high risk, high reward, right? Very risky play, very choppy play. Really all over the place, right? It looks like you have better consistency and a little bit slower and steady, less volatile price movements on YVR and HOTH. So if you want to take it slow and steady and get out of that crazy volatility that CLOV is going to offer you, right? I mean, just all over the place, right? Look at, YVR, right? YVR support at, 268. Let's see if it can actually hold a higher low, maybe a double bottom and get a proper reversal here. We have some good news and a low float. And then definitely keep HOTH on watch as well above 150 for that possible reversal. But right now, not a lot going on. Pretty slow in the market. Sometimes the best trades or no trades at all. I'm currently down 475 on the day, which I'm okay with. I'm 2 good setups. And other than that, guys, I'm going to jump off here for about 20, 30. I'll be back on to see what we have rocking and rolling around 11 o'clock. See if we can't make some opportunity, make some money. So I just made a Webull cash account, and I was wondering if I could day trade with the account. Yes, as long as you have settled funds in your account. All right, so today's Tuesday. Let's say you have $1,000 in your account. Today's Tuesday, and you use all $1,000 the day trade. You're going to have to wait until Thursday before you can trade again. All right, you have to have 1 full business day as a settlement period. So you use $1,000 today. Tomorrow's Wednesday. The funds are settling. You cannot trade anything because you have no cash in your account. Come Thursday, your cash is going to be settled to where you can actually day trade again. So yes. What do I think about RCL for a swing trade for a couple of weeks? Well, if I'm not mistaken, the cruise lines really aren't open right now, so they're not profitable. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but right now, because of a lot, especially out of Florida, right? I know with Florida, cruises aren't running right now because of the whole COVID thing. All right, international, whatever. Like, they're just straight up CDC guidelines, whatever the case is, cruises aren't really doing anything. So, I mean, from a fundamental standpoint, they're not open. They're not generating revenue. We don't know when that's going to happen. I mean, personally, I wouldn't swing trade it. I mean, the only thing that I see, if you're just looking at technicals, it's just in a big rising channel. Right? Look at that big rising channel. I mean, that's really all we have on this play. Right? I mean, that's all we really have. So we've come down and banged off this uptrend quite a few times. So go ahead and connect your lows on RCL. Connect all your lows. Get them to line up beautifully. And if it comes back down to the trend line, yeah, you could literally play it just technicals. Look to buy it off the uptrend. Look to sell it along the move up, right? Last time we came down and we bottomed off the uptrend, what happened? We went from $65 all the way to $100. Right now, slowly fading. We come down and bounce off the uptrend again. We can push right back up to $100. So yeah, if you play the technicals, then absolutely. So hopefully that answers your question, Zach. Fundamentally, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see any fundamental reason to be going with RCL because the fact that they're not open, right? They're not in business. They're not generating revenue. I don't know what their balance sheet is, but I know from that aspect, that angle, they're not really operating right now. But technically, it's being, it's being honored. The technicals are, so it is tradable. Meme coin day, yeah, 420 the day. Meme coin day. Doge isn't doing much. Doge isn't doing much on this beautiful meme coin day. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here. Give me 20, 30 minutes. I'll be right back with you. Keep it clean. Keep it stock related. Guys, exchange ideas, collaborate with one another. That's why we're here. And then when I come back, I'll definitely answer some of your guys' questions if there are any. But right now, again, we're watching HOTH. You're also watching YVR. And again, we all know CLOV is a high risk, high reward play. So you got two stocks, slow and steady movers, YVR, HOTH. High risk, high reward play that has potential, CLOV, at this point in time. Definitely slow in the market, so be safe, be smart. If you're going long on trades, whatever the case is, lock in those profits when you have them. And other than that, I'll be back momentarily. Hey, what's up, guys? I was muted. Like I was saying, if you guys missed, I had to make a quick phone call to Mercedes. I may be getting a phone call back here momentarily, so if it goes dark again, you don't hear my beautiful voice, then that's what's going on. Right now, I'm liking this possible double bottom that we have forming right now over on YVR. I'll definitely give this one a go. I mean, I like the fact that it has some potential to get that nice, again, double bottom, that next leg up. So this would be my last trade on the day. Right now, I have 1,200 shares. I'm looking to risk no more than about 10 cents on the play. Putting stops underneath that higher low if this is the higher low and we get that transition up towards around $3. We'll run YVR. That's all good, guys. It's all good. Just got a lot going on today. Sick kiddo, doctor's appointment, cleaning up the house. I mean, guys, when I say there was puke everywhere, oh, there was puke everywhere. Woke up at 4 a.m. with puke on me. Literally, I just woke up to like, what's going on? She had coughed so bad, and I'm a heavy sleeper. I just puke everywhere. So yeah, it was a good night. So, I mean, I was up at like 3 a.m. cleaning and showering just to wake up at 5. Same thing, cleaning up puke, showering. Oh my, what a great day. HOTH dead. Yeah, that one's just kind of laying sideways. Right now, guys, definitely looking like it could be on FSR. Or I'm sorry, YVR. It's all good. Thank you. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I hope she feels better, too. I felt so bad for her last night. So bad. I mean, she's coughing, and could not stop coughing. And it's like every 10 minutes, puke. Trying to give her cough medicine, puking it up. It just like, it was challenging. It really was. I felt so bad for her. So hopefully we can get everything figured out today, get her some medicine, make her feel better. That's all I care about. So let's see if we get that nice double bottom and this nice big reversal on YVR. Right now I am long, risking about 10 cents. If I get stopped out, that'll be my that'll me being done for the day, as I would have 3 red trades in a row, and that's my rule. When I have 3 red trades in a row, no matter how big or small, usually I just take a step back and I walk away. So right now, out of every stock that's moving, it definitely looks like YVR has the best potential. So that's why I'm currently long on YVR. Yeah, and that's the thing when you're paper trading. A lot of the times the fills aren't going to be accurate like they will be in a live account. Sometimes, more or less, in a paper account, the fills are better, to where if you're like rocking and rolling on a paper account and you're making money and you go transition to a live account, the fills are going to be more accurate on a live account versus a paper account. So sometimes on a paper account, your fills are better than what they really would have been in a live account. So it could be a little bit, could be a little deceiving, a little misleading. Exactly. You may have to start, joining the ask and at least buy the ask. Yep. On Active Trader, you can actually do a buy the bid, join the ask, sell the ask, right? You can add those buttons here. If you go to your little settings icon on your Active Trader window, up to settings, you can add, buy the bid, buy the ask, sell the bid, sell the ask, and you can just run it that way and just go ahead and add those on over. So if I wanted to do a buy the ask, I would add it. Boom. Now I can just simply buy the ask versus a market order. At least this would be more accurate as far as the fill, as if it would take place on a live account. TRKA. I see that one moving. That's an IPO. TRKA. That was one that you guys were talking about last Friday. TRKA and their IPO. This one IPO'd. Where was the open at? Open right around 360. Right around 360 on TRKA. Broker is Weeble, and it won't allow me to sell CLOV. Make sure you're not running into a good faith violation, right? A GFV, that stands for good faith violation. If you're trading with unsettled funds and you try to sell that stock security or option with unsettled funds, sometimes it won't let you. They'll put you on a restricted good faith violation. So make sure that's not what you're running into there, Angel, over on Webull. Not saying that's what it is, but it could very well be. So the stock came down to 9. It did not sell. Tried to cancel the order, and it says order cannot be canceled. That's weird. I honestly haven't seen that. That's odd. I would that is weird. Yeah, I would definitely give him a call and see what's going on there. I'm not sure. I don't use Webull for like day trades. I only use it for some like long-term stuff. Kids were sick, so have not traded for over a week. Gotcha. Yeah. Seems like everybody's getting sick. All the kids out there getting sick. Crazy. Yeah, maybe you guys are going to have to back me up today. Help answer some of these questions, because Joshy's mind's not working all that great, guys. Joshy's mind's not working. This is a weird day for me, ladies and gentlemen. It's so weird. I don't feel normal. When I don't feel normal, I feel like something's wrong with me. It's just sleep deprivation, that's all. Sleep deprived. Bill coming in clutch. Thank you, Bill. Helping out over there. TKAT was one that we had mentioned a little bit ago. Cat. That one's just bouncing off the 50-day. That's all we're seeing there. A little bit of a bounce off the 50-day over on TKAT. HOTH looks done. SGBX looks done. OBLN looks done. FSR may still have some potential. We'll keep that one on watch. And then YVR is the one we're long on right now. A delay, maybe, on Webull? That's crazy. Order just sold, 891. I mean, to be honest, guys, what could it be? It could be a server issue. It could be just the fact that they're having a lot of users on their platform, right? They just offered Dogecoin to be trading on their platform. Wouldn't be surprised if they're just having a little bit of a high volume and their servers can't really process things fast. So that could be the thing too, is just, a delay on their end. I would definitely give them a call and say, what's going on with the app today? I was filled 10 cents late, 20 cents late, right? What's going on? And YVR is having a hard time as well. YVR having a very tough time right now getting that leg up. Yeah, YVR was a pretty good setup too. YVR with the bounce, coming in on the higher low, tagging VWAP, and just buyers really couldn't get it going. Yeah, that's the market we're in. You know, that's definitely the market. Good trade on YVR. Got stopped out on the penny, which sucked, because that right there would have been a nice solid $600-700 trade on that 20-cent bounce. And then again, coming into it for the next one, and it's just struggling. Everything's struggling today. Right? There's definitely not a lot of action, not a lot of activity. You know, CLOV popping over 9, can't hold $9. YVR looking like we could see a nice little transition. Buyers just aren't here in the market. So with that being said, all right, and that's a wrap for me, guys. That's a wrap. 3 trades, decent setups. Yeah, YVR, 0 for 2. Premature stop out, going weak. Then we also had CLOV trying to nail that bounce at 890. Bounced at 880, 875. So overall, it's a red day. You know, hey, it happens, right? Manageable red day as well. I'm done for the day trading. You know, I definitely, I blame it on myself, but could definitely be that lack of sleep. So, yep, down 874.88. Slight setback, nothing crazy. And still moving forward little by little. But yeah, just the market's really not all that great today, is it, guys? We look at a lot of stocks, nothing's really doing too much. Across the board, very light day in volume, very just light trading day overall. Yeah, if you guys were able to nail that first trade on YVR, awesome work there. FSR, we really haven't had a lot of trades present itself. CLOV as well. So other than that, guys, like I said in the beginning, today it's going to be a little different of a day just with the lack of sleep. My mind's not 100% there. I don't want to give you guys a half-assed lesson. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold back for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to rock it. Tomorrow we're going to roll. We're going to do 2 awesome lessons. Definitely let you guys pick the topics. Hopefully the market's hot as well, right? Right now the market's definitely slow. Not a lot going on. And again, I want to make sure I don't butcher a lesson. I want to make sure that I'm mentally there to make sure that we drop nothing but value bombs for you guys. So again, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to leave the stream open for you guys. All right. I know you guys like the scanners. You like chat with other users and other viewers here through the live chat on YouTube as well. So I'm going to leave this open over the next couple of hours for you guys. Again, with the sick kiddo, me not feeling good, all that good stuff, I want to make sure that I'm getting them taken care of as well. So I'll be in and out today periodically. If I step back in and I see some questions, I'll definitely jump on, make sure you guys are here, and get those answered for you. Let you guys have access to the scanners as well for the next couple of hours. And chat, have some fun, find some opportunity, make some money, guys. I'm personally done for the day, down $800. But again, we got so much time until the end of the month. We have about 8 trading days left. And we're just looking for some nice volume and some nice activity to return to the market. The second we get some hot stocks ripping and running, that's when we're there to make some great money, guys. All right? Right now, this is the time that tests traders. When the market's slow like this is where the successful last. This is where the good traders actually last, because the not successful traders, the bad traders, are the ones that are out here just blowing up accounts in this kind of market, not realizing, hey, maybe I should just not participate or participate with a lot less size, right? So right now, this is a test for traders. Who's going to make it through the test? Who's going to pass the test and get through the slow times in the market and still come out with an account where they can rock and roll and still have a phenomenal year? That's us, right? We're being tested, and we're so far acing that test, guys. We're acing it all day. So that being said, we just got to get through the slow time, guys. We have to get through the slow time. Always use your time wisely. Educate yourself. Be productive, right? Don't just sit around looking for stocks to trade. Set up some back tests, right? Educate. Watch some lessons. Do what you got to do. Educate yourself, and always spend your time wisely, especially when the market's slow. So with that being said, we just got to get through the slow time. But as soon as we see the next 100% runner, we actually hold, and that's what I'm saying. Today's biggest gainer is 14%. So I want to put that in perspective, right? Our biggest gainer today is 14%. It's a slow, dead market, right? The second we see 50, 60, 70%, 100%, 200%, supernova season is here. We'll be prepared, ready to rock and roll, make some really good money, guys. There you, Corey. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. Market slow, accounts red. Let's not look at the accounts. Let's not participate in the slow market, but let's break open one of the best trading books out there. Awesome stuff. Trading in the Zone is by far the best book you can get your hands on for a new trader. It really talks about mindset, the psychology of trading, controlling those emotions, making good decisions, right? Really gets you structured and puts you in a professional mindset. So if you guys have yet, go purchase Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. Hands down, the best book you will get your hands on as a trader, and it will you'll do a 180 with your trading in a good way. Complete 180 and just nothing but success, because he puts you in a really good mindset. So again, do what Corey's doing. Break open a book, educate yourself, study, use your time wisely, be productive, especially when the market's slow. Again, live stream is up for you guys. I will be in and out of the office periodically throughout the day, making sure that I get your guys' questions answered. But with that being said, if I do not see you this afternoon and you're done for the day as well, I will see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 9:10 Eastern Standard Time, to kick off our live commentary session. With that being said, enjoy the rest of your day. I hope to see you back here this afternoon. Other than that, I'll see you guys later. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Oh, before I go, I got a question. Hope everyone feels better. Thank you, Corey. Thank you very much. Thank you, Catherine. Can you short on TOS? Is it just a matter of putting in a negative quantity? Not a dumb question, Jeff. Not at all. So number one, you have to have a margin account. Number one, you have to have a margin account. All right. Number two, the stock has to be easy to borrow, an ETB, right? So right here, Tesla, hard to borrow. Microsoft, easy to borrow. All right, so let's say you got a margin account and you want to short Microsoft. It's easy to borrow. That means that you can go ahead and short right then and there without having to call your broker. So you would come over to your active trader tab. Let's say you want to short 100 shares. So you would put in 100 shares, and let's say you want to short at the market. You would just sit sell market. That's all you would do. You would hit sell market, right? Let's say you want to sell the ask. Well, then you would just add sell the ask, right? Go ahead and add that. So if you want to sell the market and get a great fill right then and there, right? You can sell the market immediately. 100 shares, sell. Or you can join the ask to the sell side, right? Because you want to get in high and cover low. So instead of getting in at 258.60, you want to get at 258.70, you can join the ask and see if you get sold on the ask, right, to the short side. And when you want to cover your position, you would just rebuy those shares, right? So again, you don't put in a negative quantity. You would just put in the quantity that you want. You would sell those to the market. You would be short 100 shares, and you would have to buy those shares back, right? You would have to cover your shares, which is a buy order. You have to buy those back, and you can do that with buying the bid. You can do that with a buy the market, all right? But again, margin account, easy to borrow, selling the shares to the market, rebuying them back. Correct. Yep, you got to have a margin account because basically when you hit sell, let's say you have a margin account. Let's say you go ahead and you short 100 shares of Microsoft. Basically what your broker is doing is just lending you 100 shares, right? They're technically lending you those 100 shares. They're going to go ahead and sell them to the market immediately, right? And they're going to lend you those 100 shares. You just have to return the shares to them, right? You just have to return them. So you can go ahead and return them right then and there. You can rebuy those shares back, return them to your broker, right? But your goal is to rebuy those shares less, right? Because if you can rebuy those 100 shares less than what they were sold for, you get to keep the difference, right? So on 100 shares, if you can buy them back $1 lower than what your broker sold them to you for, right? You can make that difference. 100 shares at $1 a share, you can make $100, right? So your goal is to rebuy those shares back at a lower price, return those shares to your broker, and you get to keep the difference. No, we are not, Catherine, we are not talking put options. We are talking solely shorting the stock, right? Actually shorting physical shares, right? Not buying a put contract, right? Because when you buy a put contract, you are technically shorting the stock, right? Puts, you want the price to go down. Calls, you want the price to go up, right? So when you buy a put, you want to see the price go down, right? You want to see the price go down. So we were just talking about physically shorting stocks, right? Again, you got to have a margin account. They have to be easy to borrow. And again, you just sell those shares to the market. You rebuy them at a lower price. That's the goal. You get to keep the difference. So if it's $1 a share, you get to keep $100 based on that example on Microsoft. Yeah, and a lot of our lessons, right, our shorting lessons over in the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit. Yeah, absolutely. We really dive into shorting, the reward potential, but the risk potential as well. And I'll go ahead and, sum it up briefly in the next 1 minute. When you go long on a stock, what's the max you can lose? Well, let's assume the company goes bankrupt and you have $500 invested. That's your max loss, right? Let's say you have $500 invested in Microsoft, and let's say Microsoft goes bankrupt. The max you can lose $500. Your risk is defined, right? So let's say you short Microsoft. Well, you know where the floor is at, right? You know where the floor is. The floor is bankrupt. The floor is 0. But how high can Microsoft go? There's no limit on how high a stock can go. The stock could run to $1,000 if it wanted to. It could run to $10,000, $65,000 like Bitcoin, right? There is no limit on how high a stock can go, but there's a limit on how far it can drop. It can't go negative $1, right? It's going to 0, which is bankrupt. When you're long, your max loss is your investment. Now, when you're short, again, it's margin because you're actually being lent shares, right? Your broker's lending you shares that you're required to buy back. No matter what the price is, you're required eventually to buy back your shares, right? And return those to your broker. So again, if you're long on a position, the most you lose is your investment. If you're short on a position, what happens if the stock squeezes overnight? Let's say you short overnight, right? You swing trade short, and there's great news, and the stock gaps up 100%, right? You can be down. You can actually be down more than what's in your account. And that would create what's called a margin call. So let's say you had a $50,000 account, and right now you short $50,000 worth of Microsoft, and you hold it tomorrow. But Microsoft tomorrow gaps up 100%. It gaps up at $500. Not only are you down your 50 grand, you are down an additional $50,000. So what's that broker going to do? The broker is going to liquidate your position. They're going to give you an option. Hey, fund your account to keep the position, right? Fund your account to keep your short position, or we're going to liquidate it and we're going to send you a bill, right? So again, assuming you had a $50,000 account and you're shorting Microsoft at $250 and it gaps up 100% tomorrow, it gaps up to $500. Not only are you down your 50 grand, you're also down probably another, 50 grand, right? So you don't have 50 grand to give your broker. What does your broker do? They liquidate your position. Now your account's negative, right? Now you're negative $50,000. Your broker's going to send you sends you a bill, say, hey, I want my 50 grand back. A lot of horror stories, guys. A lot of people over aggressive on shorts, and they wake up to a margin call and their accounts are negative hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? But put this in perspective. You buy $50,000 of Microsoft right now and it goes bankrupt tomorrow. What's your loss? 50 grand. You lost everything that's in your account. Nothing more, nothing less. On the short side, however, the sky's the limit. You know, you could lose a lot of money, right? And that's where margin calls happen. That's, yeah, short's very, very risky, right? So you just have to understand, you know, what shorting is and how it can be risky. And I don't short overnight. I do not swing short because you never know what's going to happen, right? I will never swing short. Yeah, absolutely. Because again, you're on margin, they're giving you leverage, right? So assume you got a $50,000 account, they'll give you 2-to-1 buying power. So let's say you short 100,000 shares or $100,000 worth, and then it still does the same scenario that we just talked about. Now you're down like 100 grand plus. It's very risky. So my recommendation is you never swing short, right? I'm never going to swing short. I will short intraday because I'm great at managing my risk, right? I know where my stop is. If I'm stopped out, I'm stopped out. I'm never going to risk my entire account or be placed on a margin call because I'm not actually shorting overnight. I'm not swing trading a short. It's only intraday. I'm never going to be put into a position where I'm going to get margin called, right? I know where my risk is. Boom, I'm out, right? But overnight, I don't know what's going to happen. What happens at 4 a.m. if there's a press release and it gaps up $10? Well, fuck, I'm screwed, right? So again, swing trading short, never a good idea. Oh, you can lose more than twice of what's in your account, Jeff. You can lose more. I was just giving an example based on a 100% gap up. What if the stock gaps up 1,000%? Woo! You're going to be even more in the hole, aren't you? So again, I was giving an example on a $50,000 account with the stock gapping up 100% overnight. In theory, if I'm correct on my math, you would be down all of your money plus an additional 100% of what you had invested, right? So if you invested $50,000 to the short side, the stock gaps up 100% the next day, you're not only down your, 50 grand, but you're also down an additional 50 grand. Now, what if that stock gaps up 1,000%, hypothetically speaking? So not only are you down $50,000, you are down an additional $500,000 if that were to happen on that kind of size and that kind of percentage gap up. Is it rare? Yeah, it's rare that you see a stock gap up 1,000%, but it happens. It happens. Yeah, cash account, you can't short. Cash account, you cannot short. All you can do is, buy and sell stock, buy and sell options. You can't sell covered calls. You can't sell covered puts. You can't do naked spread. You can't do anything. It's very simple. Cash account, buy and sell stock. Right? Options, buy and sell calls and puts. That's all you can do on a cash account. Margin account, it opens the door for a lot of things. A lot of good opportunity, but a lot of scary things as well. Like, again, with shorting. Go look up some horror stories. Type in shorting stock horror stories on Google and look at some of these posts and articles about how some people had shorted Tesla. They wake up the next day and they're down their entire account, plus they're placed on a margin call and they owe their broker 50, 60, 70 grand, right? And they don't have 50, 60, 70 grand. All their money was their life savings and now they're down even more. So now they're in debt. Now they owe their broker 70 grand, right? There's a lot of horror stories. So you guys want to see some crazy stuff? Go search that on Google. It's wild. So again, that's why I don't swing short ever. I don't really like swinging, period. I don't swing long a lot. Why? Because I can't really manage my risk, right? Intraday, during the day, I'm looking at the chart, my finger's on the trigger, my risk is managed. Overnight, my ass is asleep. I don't know what's going on, right? So again, yeah, crazy stuff. So cash account, definitely. And then a margin account when you actually have a $25,000, $30,000 account to avoid the PDT rule, then a margin account. But the only thing that's different with a margin account is it opens up you being able to short. Not saying you have to short, but it gives you the capability of shorting. It also gives you the capability of leverage, right? So some brokers give you 4-to-1. So if you have a $25,000 account, they may give you $100,000 of buying power, right? Marginal buying power. So that's kind of what, you know, doors open for you is you can short stocks, you get more leverage, you get more buying power, and you're also not restricted to the 3-day trades under that PDT rule. But just because you have a margin account doesn't mean you have to short. Just because you have a margin account doesn't mean you have to take their leverage, their buying power. It's rare, right? It's rare that I use $200,000 to buy, right? I'm usually 10, 20, 30 grand, 10, 20, 30 grand. Now, if I'm out here trading Tesla and I'm trading 200 shares of Tesla, then yeah, I'm investing $140,000. So in those situations, yeah, I'll be using some leverage. But for the most part, no. No, I have a margin account. I'm able to short, and it gets me around the PDT rule. Just because I'm given $200,000 of buying power doesn't mean I have to use it. You just got to be disciplined, right? I assume it's not there. I assume all I have is 50 grand, right? That's my account, 50 grand, that's it. All right, so yeah. All right, guys, so I am going to jump off real quick. I will be back in the next like 30-ish minutes, check in with you guys, see if there's any other questions. Hopefully that was able to clarify some things with you guys in regards to margin accounts, cash accounts, shorting, the risk behind shorting. It can be very, very profitable. Stocks fall faster than they go up. But again, you always got to make sure you can manage that risk. And if you cannot manage that risk, right, don't short because there's a lot of risk when it comes to shorting because your losses are indefinite. They're not predefined, right? They're infinite. You could lose as much as the stock wants to go to the upside before your margin called, right? Going long, the most you can lose is your investment because the floor is 0. All right, guys. So hopefully that was a good lesson on my crappy mind day. But yeah, I'm going to jump off. I'll be back with you guys here momentarily. If you guys have any questions, let me know. I'll come back and I'll get those answered. What's up, DBDB? Yeah, good morning. Ah, man, I tell you what, yeah, coins killing, I mean, the market overall is just definitely, everybody's seeing a lot of red. You know, it's across the board. A lot of people are seeing some red today on a lot of their plays, which is okay, right? If you got some long-term stuff, COIN, right? Long-term for me, what am I doing? I'm gonna buy the dip. I'm gonna average in, right? I don't go all in all at once, little by little, right? We talked about this last week. I'm not buying at 400 all at once. I'm not buying at 350 all at once. I'm gonna scale in every week, little by little by little by little, right? And catch these lower prices. So if this ever does come down to 100, you know, I have like a nice $200 cost basis, 150 cost basis, right? I'm looking at this long term. So we can't be looking at these long term stocks in our accounts that are red. We just have to, okay, these are high growth long term companies, right? Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, Boeing, right? They're going to be here. They're going to rebound, right? Maybe we can add to them today. All right, maybe we can add to them. But yeah, small cap land, DBDB, very, very, very choppy and very slow. No fun. No fun at all. 2 trades on the day, too. Only 2. Actually, I'm sorry, 3. I had 2 trades on YVR, 1 trade on CLOV, both red. So I'm like, you know what? 3 trades in a row red. I'm done. I'm done. I mean, coin, the low is 310, so if it bounces off 310, yeah, we could definitely see it rebound, but technically, I mean, it could go as low as it wants, right? Right now, the only level of support we have, it's not even like great support, is right around, again, 310. So, I mean, it could go all the way down to 10 bucks. You never know. That would suck, but I would definitely buy more at 10 bucks, average in. So yeah, with that being said, very, very, very slow day in the markets. I'm actually in and out of the office again. Kiddo's sick. I'm running on little to no sleep from last night. You should have been here. It was a great story. You would have laughed. It was great on how many times I got puked on last night by my kiddo. So yeah, slow market. So kind of just in and out today, taking care of some business. And you guys are just playing it safe, educating, watching lessons, diving into that course if you guys have enrolled for the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit course, right? You know, always staying productive, always learning, always growing. So again, watching some videos, diving into the course, paper trading a little bit, back testing some strategies. I mean, reading a book, something. So that being said, no sense in sitting here and talking about, you know, nothing, right? There is nothing going on whatsoever. So that being said, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself again. I do have an upcoming call at 12. So for about an hour from 12 to 1, I will be MIA altogether. But for the next probably 10 to 15 minutes, if anything does pop up, I'll be more than happy to jump on the mic, review everything for you, make sure we're all on the same page, and make sure we never miss any opportunity. But again, stay smart, be safe. Guys are trading, locking those profits quick. Other than that, perfect timing. Wife's calling me. I will be right back. Hey, what's up?
Hey, really? Ear infection.
Oh, really? A bad ear infection?
Like really bad.
That sucks. So what they give?